All right, everybody, welcome to our Beast of the East stream. You're watching warm-ups right now. Our first matchup going to be Benny Hall. We don't have an opponent yet, waiting for that to come up, but let's get Benny entered in here. This is a chip tournament. I'm going to do my best to keep up with the chips. Right now, the engine pool site isn't loading for me, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. But we're gonna do our best to keep you updated on chip counts. But we'll definitely let you know who the players are here. We are at the Claridge Hotel. This is a, I guess you would call it an APA sanctioned event using an APA setup for APA players, not an APA official event. We've got 64 of the best players in South Jersey, and matches are coming out right now. Oh, wait, we're gonna have a couple of more minutes. So we're just going to wait for Benny's opponent, and as soon as we can get that here, we will be breaking the first rack. You're watching Teresa Tascarella warm up. Teresa, local player, a couple of years ago moved to, about 6 months ago moved to Virginia. And still comes around the area, still has a lot of friends here. And if you've been keeping an eye on Teresa, just improved her game phenomenally. Was already a really good, strong player a couple of years ago, and a great proponent of women's pool and pool in general. All right, our first rack is going to be broken at 8:40, and we got a great matchup to start. It's going to be Benny Hall and Steve Taborda. If you're watching this live, thanks for joining us tonight on this Thursday night. If you're watching this after the fact, thanks for tuning in for that. We're going to have the full video up on YouTube very shortly. All right, so the first match set up, Steve Taborda and Benny Hall. Players have to be at the table and ready to break the first rack at 8:40, so Steve's got another minute or so. As always, if you're a regular viewer, you know this. If this is your first time watching, feel free to start a conversation in the comments. We can talk about the players. We can talk about pool in general. We can talk about equipment. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Let's have an engaging conversation. Let's have an enjoyable stream, and let's watch some great play tonight. Hopefully over the course of the night, I get a couple of guest commentators stop by here. Joe Bassetti of Pool Players Care may try to make it out. And we also may have a couple of people that maybe get knocked out of the tournament or get into a hot seat and have a little ways to wait for their next match. They may join us on commentary. Samuel. All right, Benny Hall in the white shirt, Steve Taborda in the black shirt. They're about to lag for this first break.
Morgan has a Facebook.
All right, Benny just had to attend to a personal maintenance matter. He'll be back here in just a moment, and we're going to get started. Thanks for tuning in tonight. As always, our sponsors help make these streams possible. Please show them some love if you are in need of any of their service. You got Designer Game Rooms in Langhorne, the Pool Cue Kickback Giveaways Facebook group. And we'll give these guys innovative cutting concepts in Egg Harbor Township. We're going to give these guys some full screen love here when we got a downtime between matches. Bright Idea LED, Steve Cicerco. If you're in the pool community, you know Steve. Good guy. And Pool Players Care, the charity group run by Joe Bassetti, does a lot of great things for people in need and people that have suffered some personal hardships. So top of your screen is Benny Hall. Bottom of your screen, Steve Taborda. And Beast of the East 2024 is officially underway.
Is it Cowboy? What is it?
And Steve Taborda won the lag and earned the break.
Yeah, it's right.
So Steve Taborda going to first break the first rack here on table one against Benny Hall. We've got a couple of past champions in the room here. Buggy Bracey. James Totani. I know Nick Barbu has finished in the top three. Anna Marks has finished in the top three before. A lot of good players. Kind of a who's who in South Jersey PA pool scene. Mike Soleil is here tonight. And here's Steve with the break. Here we go. nothing falls for Steve. If I'm gonna make a call here, it's that Benny's gonna push. I think he could get that one off the rail, but you don't want to leave everything too open. The 2 there, top right of your screen, next to the 3. It's a little dark over the tables here. It's not the best lighting at the Claridge. Each table doesn't have an individual light. So I'll do my best to let you know what balls are where. But it's a good even light at the very least. And it looks like Benny's not going to push. Maybe he can see more of it past that 9 than I can realize. All right, nope, he did come off the rail. Oh, that's a strong play. In behind the 3-2. Not sure he wanted to lock the 2 and 3 up like that. But Benny's a good player. He'll worry about that when he gets to the table. So Steve on the 1. It's a really difficult shot here. He can't go too wide on this. He's got to cut this one on the left side as you look at it. He got a piece of it. And no rail. No rail, so I didn't see it hit rail. So no real hit, so that's going to be ball in hand for Benny. He's going to look at making this 1 and breaking that 2-3 up. He's going to take just a right angle here. Either that or he might play a safe after. Okay. He plays a safe here instead. That was another option. I thought he was lining up to break those up, but instead plays the safe. Not a bad play going for the 3 fouls. So Steve's already on 1 and has a pretty difficult shot here. There's a 1 rail there. It's not an easy 1 rail. It's close to the rail. Oh, and a good hit. Doesn't want to scratch. All right, so Steve's back off of 1 foul.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah. All right, so the 1 is off the board for Benny Hall. He's got the 2 ball up against the 3. See what he wants to do here. There's the option to tap that 2 and lay behind the 3. Yeah, he's got the option to tap that 2 and just kind of lay off to the right side of the 3. He could thin the left side of the 2 and send the cue up table, but that's a much lower percentage shot. Oh, he went for it. Ultimately decided. He was definitely looking at a safe there at first, but definitely went for it. And not a bad result, just missed it. Just off the rail next to the table. So Steve, thin cut, but if he makes this, he should come around and be on the 3. Oh, and Steve elects a safe, and that's a good one. Locked up pretty tight behind the 9 there. Again, if you're just joining us, feel free to start a conversation in the comments. We can talk about equipment. We can talk about the tournament. We can talk about pool in general. We can talk about the players that we're watching in the tournament. Let's keep that respectful. We can talk about what we like about somebody's game, what somebody's done for the game. A lot of these players are great ambassadors of the game of pool. And that's a scratch. That's going to put Benny on 1. Ball in hand for Steve Taborda. Good match to start the stream tonight. And I don't know how you feel out there, but I had a couple of matches in BCA last night where it was just a safety battle back and forth. I kind of like them once in a while. I wouldn't want to play that way all the time. But there's just something to be said about playing a good save. So Benny's on 1. This is... He could go up and back and make easy contact with this. Just avoid the scratch. I don't know if our view shows a great look at it past the 8, but maybe with some left English or a masse. I don't know if the left would hold on to the rail enough. It looks like Benny's going to go 1 the other way behind the 2. And that scratch puts him on 2. Not sure. Maybe I missed something. Steve's not telling him he's on 2. Benny did 2 scratches, so normally the other player, Steve, here would tell Benny he's on 2. You can also comment on the stream, the audio, the video, if anything's not working out for you here. We are hooked up to a good Wi-Fi network here, so we should have a pretty good look, pretty good throughput. But yeah, let's get a conversation. We're going to be here for a while. Let's get a conversation started in the comments as Steve drains the 2. He's got position on the 3. 7/8's his only real problem on this table. If he can get from 3 to 4... Well, he might have overrolled that. He overrolled that a little bit. Yeah, if he had stayed mid-table, 4 to 5 wasn't a difficult shot. 5 to 6, obviously not. 7 presents some challenges. And Steve plays another nice safe this time. Behind this 7/8. Not sure if Benny can see a piece of that past that 8. I don't believe he can. Okay, so Steve lets him know he's on 2. Benny acknowledges. Always good to make sure if you're in a 3 foul situation. And a good hit by Benny gets him off 2 fouls. Steve, a little bit of angle on this 4, so he can play this up table. See what he chooses to do here. If he wants to go all the way up table. I thought he might play that to come off the rail a little flatter. If he plays this on the left side of the 5, a little draw, he could just lay behind the 9. 5 probably going to run into the 6 if he chooses that, and it does. And it looks like a good safe. A couple of savvy players in this match, playing a really cerebral game. Nobody's just going out there shooting wild, and I think the 7/8 might have a little something to do with that, with the extra caution. There was a little distance between those 2 balls, and you saw a way to get out. we might see a little bit more chance being taken. There is a tip jar on the screen if you enjoy the stream. If you enjoy my streams in general, you can buy me a cup of coffee. It's right there on the side of the table. Good contact, pots the ball, but the cue goes up and off the rail. Another foul for Benny Hall. I don't know what I would do in this situation. Steve could try to break these up. He could play a ball down safe. Play behind the 8. He hasn't called that yet. Steve gets the 7-8 broken up, but leaves Benny a tougher shot. Danger with that shot, that is, if Benny gets out of this. The 8 and 9 are open. Could try to lightly tap this 7 and get the 8 in the way. You know, that's not terrible. 7's just past the pocket. If Steve tries to cut that in, he's got to be mindful not to. I don't think he's going to scratch in that corner pocket unless he puts some draw on this. Oh, and I was wrong. That scratch is going to give Benny Hall ball in hand on the 8-9. That was a really good choice by Benny. Get that 7 just past the side pocket. If you leave it an inch or so further to the left looking at your screen, Steve's out without scratching. I thought Steve hit that with top. From the stream angle, I thought he'd have to hit a little draw on that to scratch, but obviously not. So Benny with these 2 balls to get out. Makes the 8 and backs it up for a perfect shot at the 9. And Benny Hall defeats Steve Taborda. We're going to reset the screen for you, and we'll have Benny's next opponent coming up in just a moment. Cornell, it's a chip tournament, so the race is always won. Right now, the website that lets me see the current chip counts is down. So I'm going to have to run over to the screen and get you chip counts as we go. Yeah, I think, Brian, I think you're right that he got a little too much of that 7. It didn't look like a scratch in the corner if he just thinned it into the pocket.
go. It was 5, 6, and it's three.
All right, technical difficulties with the. This is Bob Williams. Technical difficulties with the website that we use to track the players' chips and allow you to follow on from home. But so Bob Williams with 6 of 7 chips, Benny Hall with 4 of 4. And I will do my best to keep that updated over the course of the night. I just got to get up and walk across the aisle here to see the screen. Hopefully the website comes back at some point. Not a problem with the BET account. I can't get anything to come up on budtour.com, so they must be having some kind of problems on there. And the site loads, but you can't go any further than that. You can't see the tournament brackets. I can't even get far enough to enter our tournament bracket. You can't see any. All right, so Bob Williams won the lag, and he's earned the break. Oh, the 3 almost goes in the side, but nothing falls. And Benny's got a good look at the 1. That cue ball's still spinning. I don't know if you can see it on the stream. Keep an eye on it. You might see the Aramith logo just swing by there. It just stopped. And the 1 goes down. Just off the jaw of the pocket. Nearly a scratch for Benny. You can get this 6 cut back into the pocket. Looks like a little draw on this. I'm not sure if he's going safe or if he's going for the shot. Yeah, he went safe on that. Thought maybe he was going for the shot and then bumped the 6 a little out of the way, but just goes safe behind this. Oh no, my bad. The 2 fell. That was a bank. And that was perfect position for the 3. Sorry about that. Damien, actually tonight I am using an iPhone 10. I usually use a Logitech, but last year in this environment, which tends to be a little bit darker, I got a really grainy image. So tonight I'm using an iPhone 10. Really good cameras on the iPhones. In my experience, they're better cameras than all but the most expensive webcams. Oh, just off the face of that pocket. That was tough. He had great position on the 6. Thanks, Damien. I do my best. Our weekly streams every Friday night. Not tomorrow. We're off tomorrow. But every Friday night out of Cue Ball Billiards in Vineland. We have a camera set up there all the time. So it takes a lot of the guesswork out of it. It's always set up, mounted on the ceiling. And we get a pretty good stream out of that, too. And I might as well throw a plug in for that stream and that tournament. If you're not busy on a Friday night, well, that's going to lay right in the pocket. If you're not busy on a Friday night, you can come out and play. $40 entry. It's a chip tournament, so it's weighted so that every player has a chance. We usually start around 8:15, 8:30. We're usually done, if it's a 9-ball night, around midnight, maybe 12:30. If it's an 8-ball night, we might get into 1 o'clock area. You notice tonight I have a tip jar up on the screen. If you enjoy the stream, you can buy me a cup of coffee. Also, if you have a small business or event coming up that you'd like to advertise, we've got some packages. Send me a PM and I can give you more information about that. 7-ball went in for Benny. Not a great leave on the 5. This is a really thin cut, and the cue ball's going to have to fly a little bit here. I think an easier shot on a 7-footer because he might be able to get up and down and back up again. Damien, it starts Friday night. Registration is at 7:30. And usually we break the first rack around 8:15 to 8:30. It's at Cue Ball Billiards on Landis Avenue in Vineland, New Jersey. Fargo rated, so if you have a Fargo, you can get some robustness here with, most of the time if you last a decent amount of time in a chip tournament, you're going to have 15 to 20 racks. If you don't have a Fargo, it's a good way to get one started. If you haven't been to Cue Ball, beautiful facility, 17 tables, all Brunswick gold crowns, all well maintained. Bob misses that 5, overcut that just a bit. And Benny pretty straight on this, but just enough angle. It looks like he should be able to work this onto the 7. He doesn't have to do anything special to get, or a 6. He doesn't have to do anything special to get from the 6 to the 8 with the position of the 8. Yeah, just enough to follow that off the rail. Looks like he's just going to come off the rail here. Just enough to get around the 9. Beautiful shot. He might have wanted to come out just a little further, be a little straighter, but I think he can get this 8. I'm not looking at it from his angle, obviously, but I think he can cheat the pocket a little and come off that rail. Left side of the pocket. Oh, he didn't even have to do that. He was straight enough to draw straight back. I thought there was a little more angle than that. Perfect play this for another win for Benny Hall. It would be his 2nd to start the night. Super strong player. Got to be a favorite to be in the top 10. And Benny Hall defeats Bob Williams. We'll reset the stream. And as soon as Benny's next opponent comes out, we'll have our next matchup. Yeah. All right, Eddie Manilow is Benny's next opponent. Eddie with 3 of 4 chips. And there's the players up there. Eddie wins the leg. He's going to break. Good break for Eddie. Gets the 4-ball to fall. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's got a great look at the 1 here. I think he can hit the right side of it. Not the outcome he wanted. So Benny taking a look at this 1 ball. 1 to the 2 honestly looks to be the toughest shot on this table. 2 to 3, not bad. 3 to 5. Got to get the angle on this 1. I don't know. I might play this in the upper left corner with some follow. Decent sized window between the 7 and 8, but that's why Benny's a better player than me. He's looking to go into the right side. A little more control, I think, if you end up over there. Well, that didn't hurt him. That miss did not hurt him. Yeah, I think I'd have played that in the top left corner of your screen with some follow. Give myself just enough angle on that 8, or I'm sorry, on that 2 to get up in between the 7 and 8. The 8 was in the way. Have a window for the 3. Good hit by Eddie, and he's going to be safe. Or darn close to it. That 8. I don't know, though. Benny might have an avenue there. A little tough to see with our vantage point from the stream. Eddie might be able to see that 1 perfectly, but getting back on the 2 is what's going to be difficult here. There's going to be a lot of traffic to work through. So he plays this safe, and he's going to get behind the 5, 6, 3, 8. And again, Not quite there, Eddie's got to look at this. Good shot by Eddie and great play to get around that 7. He's on the 2. Getting on the 3 isn't a problem. 3 to 5 is going to be a little bit of a challenge. You want to be kind of flat on this 3 to be able to get in off the rail. You don't want to be shooting at it from the left side for sure. Get yourself stuck behind the 8 ball there. A thin cut. A little bit of draw here. He might be able to draw past the 8. He'd really have to put some stroke into this. Pull the ball back. Yeah, see, that was the danger. He's now stuck behind the 8, and that was the danger of being to the left of the 3. That's why I said you kind of wanted to be shooting that 3 straight in. Or even a little bit to the right of straight in so you come off that rail and at least give yourself a look at the 5. He's in a position now where he's behind that 8. A little background on me. I'm a BCA 460-ish, 470. I bounce around a little bit. I'm an APA 5. So I've got some pretty good insights, but I'm sure there's plenty of you out there that are going, what the heck is he talking about? Sometimes it's me. Sometimes it's the angle of the stream. You can't really see what's going to happen because we have this little 3/4 angle. Yes, and Eddie can see the left side of this 5 ball. Yep. And I think Benny's going to be able to see this ball past the 6. I think enough to cut it in. And judging by Eddie's reaction after looking at it, that's accurate. I forgot to take the 2 and 3 off the screen. Sorry about that. I just updated that.
Side pocket. I'm here. Try to make it. That's the side. Right. No way to get around it. We and then try to back it over here. Actually, this is terrible. Pocket over here. 7, 9 down here. Here you go. Let's look that way.
I think my favorite part of the night is hearing the stories when players come away from a table. I got a lot of friends here. I know almost everybody in the room. I get to hear the post-mortem of a lot of racks. It's also fun because most of the people in the room know a good amount of the people in the room. So there's a lot of trash talk that goes on. Somebody slops a ball in, gets a lucky roll. That's a great shot by Benny to navigate that cue off the rail between the 8 and 9. You can just play this straight draw. Come off that 8 and come down towards the bottom of your screen and line up perfectly for the 9. Actually, looks like he's hitting this closer to half a tip high. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that would have been my choice. I'd have played that with low. I think you'd have been better off being a little to the right towards the bottom of the table than where Benny is. He left himself a tough leave. Yeah, he hit that with about a half a tip high. A couple options here. He could try to make this. He could try to make it cross face bank on the side. He can try and play it all the way up in the upper right corner. Or he could, and that's what he calls. The last option would try to be lay both balls on opposite rails, but as close as he is to the left rail, that's a tough shot. It's a great shot by Benny Hall. He defeats Eddie Manlaloo. Third straight win for Benny Hall. Heck of a shot. Why didn't you draw the 8? Why didn't you put a little draw on the 8 and just come straight off it? Oh, Walt Peterson coming back. I believe Walt's got 4 of 7 chips now. Actually, it might be 3. I'm going to have to check that for you. All right, Walt Peterson down to 3 of 7 chips as Mike Pisara breaks. Oh, I don't know that he hit that well. That's 2, 4, 5, 7, 9. Not a lot of movement out of those balls. Walt Peterson plays the push. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're trying to get to 200 followers. I shared a goal for that. Go to New Jersey Billiard Streams and like the page. Share it with your friends, please. That's going to be ball in hand for Walt Peterson. Also, there is a tip jar on the side of the table if you're enjoying the stream. And if you watch our streams all the time, you can buy me a soft drink or a cup of coffee. Send a Venmo tip to @Lee-Blanchard-1. And last but not least, for sure, we can get a conversation started in the comments. Talk about the tournament, talk about the current match. We could talk about equipment. Well, makes the 1 lined up pretty nicely for the 2. Wants to leave himself decently flat on this 3. You don't want a lot of angle. Oh, that's way too much draw. So ball in hand for Mike Pisara.
Rail kicked the 8 ball in accident. It is hard to get 4 rails in.
Trying to get safe behind the 5. It's going to be close. I think he got him. Mike makes the 6 off the rail, right into that pocket. Uncharacteristic if you've seen Mike shoot before, if you've played with Mike. But even the scratch from Walt was a little uncharacteristic. Walt's a pretty solid player, not known for errors like that. Honestly, I've done enough of these big tournaments. The nights usually start off pretty strong, and then a lot of players hit a wall, and you see some sloppy pull in the middle as Walt Peterson defeats Mike Pisara. And then people get that second wind or start to realize what's at stake, and towards the end of the night, things pick up. Tough loss for Mike, though. Jose Aponte is going to be Walt's next opponent. I'll get Jose's chip count for you. Jose Aponte with 4 of 9 chips remaining. I'm going to grab a beverage. I'll be right back. All right, back on the mic. Let's get the graphics caught up for you here. That 4 rolls out on Walt. Jose Aponte on the 4. Just going to draw this out. Just enough. Get a look at that 5 past the 6. And that one's in and out. Walt Peterson back at the table. Good shot. As long as he gets around that 8, he'll have a look at the 6, and it looks like he made it. Oh, that's a good shot and good position. A nice run by Walt Peterson to defeat Jose Aponte. We'll have Walt's next opponent in just a couple of moments. Hey, Steve, thanks for tuning in, buddy. I hope things are going well for you. We hope to see you out soon. Nathan Madsen is going to be Walt's next opponent. I'm going to step away from the mic and get a chip count. All right, Nathan Madsen has 5 of 9 chips remaining. I believe Mike has one chip left. Let me go verify that. All right, Mike Pisara is down to one chip. So this is our first potential elimination match here on table 1. Mike Pisara with the break. And looks like the 8-ball went. 8-ball fell for Mike. Not a great look at the 1 here. Gonna have to get just past that 6. And it looks like he got safe behind the 3. That's a really good shot. It's such a touch shot. You can't appreciate that one unless you've attempted a shot like it. A little harder, a little softer, and Walt's looking at that 1 past the 5. Getting on the 2 and potentially getting out of the rack. Looks like Walt's going to try a masse here, and he makes good contact with the 1 and leaves in a nice position. Tough shot for Mike here coming up. Okay, Rachel, we're not having trouble. The company that, the software that we use for the brackets is having trouble tonight. So it just came up to where we could even access any information on that site about 10 minutes ago. So hopefully they get everything working. I know we can see the roster, but as yet we cannot see the current chip counts. As we get down a little further towards the end, I'm going to try and keep everyone updated with chip counts of the remaining players, but obviously I can't do that with 64-player field. But I'm going to do my best, especially if that site doesn't begin to work correctly. Good shot by Walt there. Oh, just hold for that 2. That's a strong shot. It gets a bump on the 3 to make this shot a little easier. The 6-7 looks to be the problem here. I can't tell for sure if that 6 goes behind the 7. It may. Yeah, that 4 to the 5 here. Not a difficult position. Oh, but off. A little off on that shot. Got position on the 5, but he missed that 4 ball. Mike looking at that 6 to see if it goes past the 7 right now. I'm going to put a little left on this. Make the 4 in the side and try and get back across table. Straight off the rail. Good shot. Set himself up for the 5. I think he might have been trying to get back there and bump that 6-7. Great shot to thin the 6. And it looks like we've had our first elimination this evening. I'm not sure what Mike's looking at here. He could be trying to thin this 6 and get back behind the 7 with the cue ball. And that 7, he did get up against it. It's in play. Just missed. Rachel, you're welcome. Good shot for position by Mike on that 7 to the 9. And this for the win for Mike Pisara. And Mike Pisara defeats Walt Peterson. We'll have Mike's next opponent and coming right up. What's that? No, I'm talking about pool. I've got people making comments. It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. And there's like 5 people watching towards the end of the night when it gets late. In the beginning, it's not bad. What's that? 19. Yeah, it's been hanging between 15 and there usually is, but the site's not working. Right. I can take a look. Yeah, no, the results aren't updating on. We couldn't even see the roster for the first 2.5 hours. The site was down. All right, Alejandro Ascarate is Mike's next opponent. He's got, looks like 4 of 9 chips remaining. That's really close on the lag. All right, so after some close analysis of the lag, it looks like Ascarate won the lag and he'll break. And you never do. Dixon. And nothing falls on the break. No, note to self. Thinks the one gets a carom. He's got to look at the 3 or the 2 here. The 3 behind the 5. Mike's got a little bit of angle to work on in this 2, but not a ton. And gets out. I think that 3 goes in. I think it's inside the jaw of the pocket. Good pocket speed shot. Just come off the rail for the 4. Draws across table. And he wants the cue ball to be... I think he's going to try and put it back about where it is, honestly. I'm not sure if he didn't draw it enough or drew it a little too much. I'm not sure which side of the 6 he was trying to be on there. Makes the 6. He gets in pretty straight on the 7 here. A little bit of angle to work with. The 9 is blocking that pocket. The 9 is blocking that pocket to the left for the 8 ball, so... I'm trying to draw back and get underneath that 8, but he drew too far and got under the 9. Believe me, I recognize. Hold on, I don't see. Are you talking about that? I thought you meant how he get stuck here. Not sure what Mike's looking at here. He might. It looked like he was thinking of putting the 9 and the 8 and trying to lock them up. Just giving Alejandro a ball in hand. Now it looks like he's looking at the kick. I'm not sure that locking the 8 and 9 up isn't the best option. Well, that could have gone worse, that's for sure. That cue ball is locked up tight to the 9. I'm going to say that the 1 rail is not there. It's up against the 9, so he's going to have to go 2. Mike's facial expressions tell me he doesn't really like any of his options right now. Still plenty of players remaining. I think we're probably around 59 left now out of 64. We're going to start to see them drop off pretty rapidly here. And that was a good hit until it ended up in the pocket. That should do it. Ascarate just got to make this 8. He'd have to try not to have a look at the 9. I don't. Mike Briswara trying to play a game there. That was pretty funny. So Ascarate defeats Mike Briswara. Mike is eliminated. We'll have our next matchup coming right up. Ooh. I'd like to thank our advertisers for tonight. Let's get this set up right. Designer Game Rooms in Langhorne, PA. Give them a call at 215-944-4283. They've got over 100 cues on display and do special league discounts. If you're in the mood to buy some pool-related equipment and you need a game room set up, get in touch with Designer Game Rooms. The Pool Cue Kickback Giveaways Facebook group is a great place to win cues, cases, and other accessories. While you're there, check out the sister group Production Cue Kickback Giveaways. Innovative cutting concepts in Egg Harbor Township. Get in touch with Rob Martin for all your custom marble and granite needs. I just purchased a home a couple of years ago. We've been taking care of the really important stuff, but I know in a year or two, I'm going to give Rob a call and get all my Formica countertops, which are in good shape, but I just want to get them replaced with some custom granite. I like the look. I like the function. I like how easy they are to clean. Bright Idea LED, get in touch with Steve Cicerco. Bright Idea is a trade ally of AC Electric, JCP&L, Pico, and PSE&G. They've got rebate specials going on. I'll tell you what, I work for a maintenance organization. Aside from the rebates and the energy savings with LED, there's a lot to be said for not having guys making $40 an hour going up and down ladders all day. I've put all LED in my home, and since I bought 2 years ago, I haven't replaced any of the lamps I put in. So LED's the way to go. Get in touch with Steve at Bright Idea. All right. And Pool Players Care, a local charity run by Joe Bassetti. Pool Players Care makes donations to people in need, people whose families have gone through some hardships, some sicknesses. Let me get this match set up for you. I wanted to thank our sponsors. They help bring you this stream every week. It's them and donations from viewers like you. I just put a tip jar up on the screen. I'll be back in 10 seconds with the chip count, and we'll get this underway. All right, Bob Williams is back at table one. That's Bob that just broke. He has 1 of 7 chips remaining, so another potential elimination here. And it looks like the 3 went on the break. Something else is missing as well. 1, 2, 3, the 4 ball. So the streams that we bring you from New Jersey Pool Scene Facebook group through New Jersey Billiard streams are ad supported. If you need any of the services of our sponsors, their ads are cycling in the upper right hand corner of the screen. Be sure to get in touch with them. Let them know you saw their ad on New Jersey Billiard Streams. And the other way we're supported is by tips from viewers and attendees. That Venmo tip jar on your screen, you can go into Venmo and send me a cup of coffee. You could send me a case of soda. You could send me a Jacoby V4 Black. I'm just kidding. But yeah, if you wanna throw a few dollars at the stream, that's there. Also, we're here all night. I still have over 50 players left, so let's get a discussion going in the comments. We can talk about anything you want to, pool related, the tournament, the current match, equipment. Good hit on the 5. If that ball stays up, and it does, that's a really tough shot for her Ascarate. I'm going to take a look and see if the results... Nope, they are not updated yet. You can see the roster online. Results and position tabs, though, are still inactive. That is beyond our control. We waited a few hours at the start to even be able to see the roster, so we're hoping they get that fixed. But if not, once we get down to the final 10 players or so, I'll try and keep you updated with the current chip counts. Still hanging right there around 59, 60 players. And that's going to fall off pretty rapidly here. I'd imagine that there's half a dozen knockout matches like this one going on right now. People trying to stay in this tournament, other people trying to take them out and stay on the table.
Really good.
Jimmy DeMay plays on my out in Vegas. Donnie. Fuckers like 6. Now, if I'm sitting there watching TV, oh, look at that. Uh-oh. I don't think he wanted that 7 to go. I think he wanted to use that for position on the 8. The 6, I'm sorry. Just trying to get around behind that 9. Didn't quite get there, but it's not a great leave. That's a good save. I'm not sure if that was a safe or a two-way, because if that went, he'd have been in a nice position on the 9. All right, see you, Carl. Oh, good shot on that 8 and moves over behind the 9. Perfect position for Alejandro. And Alejandro Ascarate eliminates Bob Williams. We'll have our next matchup coming momentarily. All right, Elvis Alisa is going to be Ascarate's next opponent. And let me get Elvis's chip count. All right, Elvis Alisea has 4 of 10 chips remaining. And we're set up. We're now down around 40 players remaining. And Elvis Alisea with the break. Nothing falls. Ascarate has a look at the 1 ball. Well, whoever played that, he would have had a tough look at the 2 there had he made that 1. Oh, good shot off the jaw of the pocket. He wanted to get past that jaw to have a good look at the 2. And now it looks like he's going to have to kick at this. Oh, wow. I can see a piece of that past a 7. Good shot on that 2 ball. Leaves himself a nice look at the 3. Good ball to get up table on the 4. Just a little bit of right on this. Actually put a little bit of high right. Yeah, a little firm. A little firm. It was the right play, just a little strong on the execution there for Alejandro. Oh, it looks like he was trying to get the 6 and or the 7 in the way. Elvis can see that 4 ball. Maybe just follow this a little and get the 4 ball up table. Oh, wow, no. I did not think he could see enough of that to make it. I was definitely deceived by the angle. He's got a good play here on the 5. Just stop this ball. Wow. That's crazy. Sometimes that happens. Yeah. Man. See you guys. Careful on your long trip home. He really needed. Oh, I hit the wrong button. He really needed that to come back quite a bit further. We're moving through the field rapidly now. We're coming up on probably about 40, 42 players left. Coming up on halfway through. That was a good play there by Alejandro. Oh, went for the bank and double hit. And this is just a slow roll pocket speed shot for position by Alejandro. Oh, he overcut that. And that took him too close to the 9, so even had that somehow fallen in, he'd have had a tough leave. And Elvis plays that softly in, leaves himself a makeable shot on the 9. This for the win for Elvis Alisa. Elvis Alisa defeats Alejandro Ascarate. We'll have our next matchup coming up here in just a moment.
Teresa Castro, show table 14. Show on. Phillips, Willis, Phillips, Willis. Gagen.
All right, it's Borck. I'm having trouble finding him here on the roster. Tough leave on the 4. That's a heck of a shot. Couldn't find you on the rock. It's Anthony Borck. Anthony Borck was a late add-in. I couldn't find his name on the roster, so. And there we go. Set up. Elvis Alisa playing really well. Wow. Oh, and after playing such a great rack thus far, Elvis with a miss that could cost him. Anthony's got to figure out what he's going to do here. Cross face, take it all the way up to the corner. And looks like he's looking at it all the way up in the corner. Maybe he's looking at the side, but that's an awful shallow pocket. And he was actually looking at the side. Yeah, that was a tough shot. I don't see those shots often because I don't like them. If I'm straight at that ball, I'll take it. But if I got to cut one of those, I look for another option. They're one of the ones that just gives me a hard time. Joshua, this is being played at the Claridge Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. And Elvis Alisa looking to take Anthony Borck down to one chip with this 9-ball. Well played rack by Elvis. He defeats Anthony Borck. Anthony on his last chip now. We're about halfway through the field. I still got about 35 to 40 players remaining, so there's still some time left here. When I go over there again, I'll take a look at the chip counts. Feel free to start a discussion in the comments. Feel free to ask about the tournament, our weekly tournaments at Cue Ball in Vineland. We can talk about equipment. You can talk about the quality of the stream. What do you like? What do you don't like?
Dixon. 6. Dixon and
All right. Sam Marsh coming to table 1 to play against Elvis Alisa. That's Sam Marsh at the bottom of your screen. What's that? All right, Sam Marsh with 1 of 9 chips. And we are officially halfway through the field. Half the field eliminated at this point. 1 of 9. All right, makes the 9, kicks the 1. That 1 will get spotted. He's got no look at the 2 here. The 9 doesn't make that any easier. Of course, I don't know that it makes it any harder. Actually, looks like he might be lining up for the 2. Yeah. Didn't think there was room past the 3 there, but there was. Sam's going to try and thin that 2 and just head up table. He didn't want to get that big of a piece. He wanted to thin that 2 and miss the 8. Elvis might be able to make this 8 as well. Yep. Come off the rail for the 2. Nope. Ball in hand for Sam as he hits the 4. Sam makes the 2, narrowly avoids the scratch. Wanted to get that 5 out of there and did not. Yeah, went for that 5 off the 4. Nearly made it. Alisa makes the 4 in the side. And plays the 5, runs into the 6, and leaves himself bad position on this. That's going to roll to where Sam Marsh has a good look at it. And just make this with some stop. Leave himself the 7. Draw back to give himself good position on the 9 off of this shot. Uh-oh. All right, he's going to be okay. And play this in the side, I think. Oh, that was way off. Way off. Elvis calls this in the side pocket, bottom of your screen. Way wide on that. And that comes off the rail. An easy shot for Sam Marsh. Just got to thin the left side of this 9 ball. And Sam Marsh defeats Elvis Alisa. And get his next match set up for you in just a moment. All right, San Juan Smith is Sam's next opponent. I'm going to take a short restroom break. San Juan. Out at 9. San Juan with 1 of 9 chips left. I'm going to take a short restroom break. We'll let you watch this match, and I'll get you caught up on the table situation when I get back. Guys, I'll be right back.
So, filling in for Lee, this is Hoagie Hardy. San Juan, he's a terrible shooter. Can't even rack the goddamn rack right. I don't know if they can even hear me. I know Lee talks real close to the mic. I don't know if they can hear me or not. Oh, you get on the fucking thing. See if it's can hear me. Huh? Nah, I don't want to be like that guy. Plus, Lee was sick last week. He just told me earlier he was sick last week. I don't want. I was making out with him. Buttons, balls in the break. And what a terrible break by San Juan Smith. This is one of those times I like to say, now what? Can you make something?
I've been made aware that we had some guest commentary. Looks like the only ball I missed was the 3 ball. And no, they marked it. Oh, lucky Karamov, the 6 ball gives Sam the 4. His 5 is going to be tough, though. He's a little too close to the rail. Spins it in. Nice shot. Uh-oh. Oh. That little kiss off the 8 left him a look at the 6. Not sure what happened there. Just way overcut. But, oh, I'm not sure San Juan can see enough of that ball to make it. Benny Hall got it for.
Had like 50.
Appreciate it. Sam Marsh shooting well. Sam, a frequent guest at my basement game room. We usually play back and forth, straight pool. One wins, the other wins. I think I might be up one match overall. Ooh, Sam Marsh eliminates San Juan Smith. And we'll have a next opponent for Sam very shortly. We are getting down, trying to see the board, but someone chose to stand directly in front of it. Yeah, no, he's not moving. Probably.
Then one. One.
What the fuck is it? Oh, 3 hours, say 3:10. $310. All right, Benny Hall, who started the night here on table one, lost that match, apparently has not lost since. 3 of 4 chips remaining for Benny. That is a heck of a night if you're Benny Hall. Yeah, so we watched Benny play his first few racks, 3, 4, I think 5 actually. Won 4 in a row, lost the 5th. Has not lost since, so it's been close to 3 hours since Benny's lost a rack of 9 ball. That's crazy. We're down to around 20, 22 players, about a third of the field left. A lot of players on one. 19 viewers. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. Hey, Ryan, Brianna, good to see you guys tuning in. Trying to get this comment section livened up. Also, trying to get to 200 followers. If you could go to the New Jersey Billiard Stream page and follow, I'd appreciate it. And last but not least, there is a Venmo tip link. You can see it right there on the side of the table. If you'd like to send me a cup of coffee, a Jacoby V4 Black, you know, small monetary sum, feel free. Benny makes the 5 ball. And then scratches. Ball in hand for Sam Marsh. Take a look at this table. The 1's open. The 2's open. The 3 right now doesn't have a pocket. That's blocked by the 7 and 8. The 3-8 combos there. Play it soft. Good shot. That leaves the 3. Now the 4 is the bigger problem because Sam's going to have to work around that 7 to get that cue ball up table, and that's not a bad... Oh, get there. That is a marvelous shot. Yeah, he's looking at this 4, cutting this 4 in. He's going to have to bring this cue ball around a few. Oh, wow, he gets the 7 to fall. He was going to have to go 3 rails to get back on that 6. Got a lucky carom in the 7 and made that ball. Now staring at a backwards cut on the 4. That's the shot I would choose, the 4 in the upper left pocket. A little bit of draw, bring that cue to the bottom rail. Sam, I think, might have been trying to block the 6 with the 9, but it's not there. Yeah, that safe didn't work out. Benny's just got to tap this 4 in, hold for the 6. And he's got just enough angle, some draw on this 6-ball shot and just come off that rail. Come right out for the 9. That's perfect position. And Sam concedes that 9 ball. It's straight in. Benny Hall defeats Sam Marsh, eliminates him from the tournament, and sets himself back up here on table 1 for what's hopefully another run for him. Yeah, Sam played a good rack. I think the move there was to try and make that 4 not the safe. He was shooting well. I think I'd have gone for that 4 and tried to get the position on the 6. Joe Dixon coming to table 1. He's Benny's next opponent. And get Joe's chip count. Joe Dixon, 2 of 8. $100%. So, trying to do set up a little mini. welcome. All right, Joe Dixon wins the lag. He's going to have the break against Benny Hall. Ryan, I relayed that message to San Juan. We are very close to our final 10. At that point, I will get you updated chip counts. Oh, I think it's over that, yeah. Oh, good shot by Joe. So I'll explain to you what happens when we get to final 10 players. We'll take a break, and then we'll be back with our final rounds. We're going to be there very shortly. I believe Benny Hall is among the chip leaders with 3. Benny Hall and Teresa Tascarella each with 3 chips. And let me go to the list here. It looks like Milton Rodriguez with 4 is the chip leader. Mike Soleil with 2 of 4. Thanks to Justin and Janine for following New Jersey Billiard Streams. Oh, Benny just a little wide on that. Oh, and thought he might get lucky on that 8. So the out is here for Joe Dixon. Doesn't want to overplay this. 8 to the 7. And the 7 to the 9 are not extremely difficult shots. Joe Dixon trying to knock Benny Hall down to 2 chips. And Joe Dixon beats Benny Hall, sends him down to 2 chips. Joe keeps 2 for himself. And we're getting down to the end here. We are going to have one more round of matches before we get to the final 10. Not certain we're going to have one on table 1. Wait a few moments. All right, we do have a match coming out. George Mashus is coming to table 1 to play against Joe Dixon. I'll get you a chip count for George Mashus. All right, George Mashus with 1 of 7 chips remaining. Chip leader right now I believe still has 4. Trying to keep an eye on the tables around the room. It's not as easy as it could be. All right, that's Mashus at the bottom of the screen. All right, and George Mashis is going to break it and get us underway. Last round before the final round. Joe Dixon. One falls on the break. This 2 goes in this side. Thin cut. Ooh, just a little wide.
I'll let her know.
Got the 8 the first time he tried to make the 2. And the stable's pretty open for Joe Dixon. He looks like the 2 goes past the 7. He cuts it back into the 4. That's actually a smart shot. Just didn't get lucky with the where the 2 came out. Sinks it though, and he's got a good look at the 3 ball here. Just come off of that foot rail. Oh, he ran into the 9. He did not want to run into the 9. He wanted to come up table and have that 5 in the side. Thinks that 5. He's got a good look at the 6 here. Just play this with some draw. And come up table for the 7. It's all there for Joe Dixon. Just got to execute. And that's an opening for George Mashis. It's X rolls just far enough. Maybe a little left on this. Nope, just plays it straight. Maybe it might have had a little left on that. It came off that rail pretty straight. Left himself good position for the 7. And this for George Mashis to stay in this tournament and make the final rounds. Oh, he overcut it. He overcut it. Didn't leave Joe Dixon an easy shot here, though. He calls the cut in that pocket, and this would eliminate George Mashis. And Joe Dixon eliminates George Mashis from the tournament.
Yeah, we will. All right. Might have it done tomorrow. I'll let you know. All right.
Let me know you want to play again, too.
All right, yeah. I might want to play Sunday because I want to be ready for that. So you playing with the yeah. All right. Tony came over. We shot for like.
All right, we're going to take a short break. Oh, nope. One more coming out. Joe Dixon and Mike Saleh. Mike Soleil with one of 4 chips remaining. Mike makes the 1 and the 2 and the 7 on the break. Nothing really locked up. He's just got to make sure on this 4 he can see it past the 5. And he got himself behind this 6. The 6 and the 9. The only 2 balls in the way there, and that just carried him behind the 6. He was looking to get in that window between the 6 and the 9. Makes a good hit. Joe thought he was going to get lucky with the 6 and should be happy he didn't. Mike's going to have to kick at this 4 again. Look at this. Oh, wow. Doesn't fall, but he's got Joe behind the 5 ball. 9 ball also in the way. Joe's going to play that 1 rail kick. Oh, just a little too wide. But I'm not sure Mike can see that 4 from that side. Yeah, you can probably see it from this side. Ooh, having no shot, he's just going to give ball in hand to Joe Dixon. It's smart, but we could potentially have a stalemate here. Joe Dixon's on 2 now. Mike Soleil, savvy. Mike Soleil will now be on 2, but Joe Dixon has to shoot first. Ball in hand for Joe Dixon. Both players on 2. And that's 3 fouls. Joe Dixon defeated by Mike Soleil. Yeah, that first foul got Joe Dixon in trouble. And Mike knew it was just a question of playing that stalemate out. Okay, we're going to take a short 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with final rounds. We'll see you in about 10. Final rounds coming up after this short break. Stay tuned. Okay. I've got chip counts for you here. Chip leader right now, Teresa Tascarella with 3. Rodriguez Sr. with 2. Mike Praz with 2. Mike Soleil with 1. I'm having trouble reading the handwriting here. There are 5 other players with 1. Dixon Sr., Russo, and I'm having a hard time reading the rest of them. But so we have a 3, 2 2s, and then 7 players with 1. We're going to have our final round starting up in about 10 minutes. Yeah, Bill Gagen has 2. Shan Willis has 1. We may have one more match before final round, so stick around. We're just going to give our supporters some love here while we wait for that rack to finish. I'm not going to leave the mic. Hang out with you. We'll be in the comments if you want to have a little discussion while we wait.
Always.
Okay, we are definitely a top 10 based on the results of the rack that just finished. We're giving the players a short break, use the restroom, and we should be back with live matches in about 10 minutes. All right, we are back with Teresa, Tascarella, and Benny Hall. This is going to be a great matchup. All of our matchups from here on out should be great matchups. I'll get the chip counts.
How many chips did you?
Teresa with 3 of 5 chips. Benny Hall with 1 of 4. That's Teresa at the bottom of your screen, Benny at the top. So Teresa Tascarella, 3 of 5 chips. Benny Hall, 1 of 4. A great matchup to start us off.
First place pays out.
And Teresa gets us underway. Makes the 3. As well as the 5. Just hangs that one off the face of the pocket. Very slim pocket from that angle, and that's the shot I talked about earlier that I don't care for. I try not to take them if I can avoid it. Then he makes the 1. He's got good position on the 2. Benny very deliberate now. Makes the 2. Well played shot to get position on the 6. And try and draw this out and get position on this 7 ball. Wow. A really Nice shot. Taking a look at this, cutting this 7 in and getting around behind that 9 to put it in the side pocket, top of your screen. Benny Hall on just one chip. And this for the win for Benny. Stay in this tournament.
I hate so now. Oh yeah, absolutely. Right on the dead on the face. Right.
They're discussing the 1-ball shot. Either player, whoever made that 1-ball was most likely out of that rack.
I think so.
So we're waiting for other racks to finish. And then we will know where we're at. Looks like, I'm not certain, but it looks like we've had a couple of eliminations. Try and keep you updated as best I can. we're going to be down to 7 players. Mike Soleil is going to get the bye. Waiting for one rack to finish. The players are on the 5 ball.
So we are down to 7. Tables.
All right, we've got matches coming out. All right, we're going to have Bill Gagen. And Milton Rodriguez Sr. And let me get you chip counts. Okay, updated standings. Chip counts. Chip leader right now is Mike Perez with 2 of 4. Teresa Tascarella with 2 of 5. Bill Gagen with 2 of 6. Milton Rodriguez Sr. with 1 of 9. Bill Gagen, let me correct this, has 2 of 6. All right, let me run this down again. 2 chip players, Teresa Tascarella, 2 of 5 remaining. Mike Praz, 2 of 4 remaining. Bill Gagen, 2 of 6 remaining. 1 chip players, Nick Barbu, 1 of 8 remaining. Benny Hall, 1 of 4. And Mike Soleil, who has a bye, 1 of 4. Bill's option here only seems to be the corner pocket top right. I'm not sure that it goes there, though. You might just want to thin this 5, send it up table, and try and leave Milton behind the 8-9. Oh, wow, I did not see that. Sometimes tough to see those shots from the angle we're at. I don't know. This doesn't look to go past the 9. Kicked that 5 over, made the 7. But ball in hand now for Milton Rodriguez on the scratch. And the out is on the table. Make this 5. Make the 6. A little bit of draw. Slide across the table for the 9. Looks like he's going to follow this. Oh, and he does, and bumps the 9 in. I think that gets spotted. Yeah, that gets spotted. That's not a lucky outcome for Milton. All right, this for the win for Milton Rodriguez. Stands up. That's a good move. He was adjusting while he was down. If you're watching, you know how terrible that outcome can be. Calls the bank. Pocket top left corner of your screen. Can get there. And Bill Gagen has a makeable shot to eliminate Milton Rodriguez Sr. And Bill Gagen defeats and eliminates Milton Rodriguez Sr. We are down to 6. That 9 ball going in ended up being what sunk him there. If that had just laid in front of the pocket and he had the win. Back on table 2, Benny Hall shooting the 5 against Nick Barbu. And back on, that's on table 3. Back on table 5, Teresa Tascarella shooting, appears to be the 4 ball. It's kind of far away. Against Mike Praz. Teresa is trying to keep that code chip lead at 2. Benny Hall right now trying to eliminate Nick Barbu. All right, so Nick Barbu just eliminated Benny Hall, so it looks like we're down to 5. I also believe Mike Praz defeated Teresa Tascarella. So if I've got this right, we've got Mike Saleh with 1, Bill Gagen with 2, Mike Praz with 2, Nick Barbu with 1, and Teresa Tascarella with 1. All right, I am wrong. There is a bye still. So Benny Hall was eliminated. Rodriguez Sr. was eliminated. Okay, so that's 5. That is 5. There are 5 remaining. So it's going to be Gagen and Mike Saleh on table 1. All right, so current chip counts, as I understand it, Mike Saleh with 1, Nick Barbu with 1, Bill Gagen with 2, Mike Praz with 2, Teresa Tascarella with 1. Mike Praz has the bye this round. So the matchups this round, Nick Barbu and Teresa Tascarella in a knockout match. And Bill Gagen and Mike Saleh, which is a knockout match if Bill Gagen wins. Mike Saleh with the break makes the 5 ball. And Milton, your dad shot well. That 9 ball hadn't kicked in and had sat there, he'd still be playing. That knocking that in and spotting it. It's just a tough break. Mike just makes that 4, has to get up table to give himself a shot at the 6. Good angle here. Probably just roll this forward for the 7. Again, gonna stop that for the 8. And he'll come across here for the 9. In the side, there it is. This would take Bill Gagen down to 1 chip. Mike Saleh defeats Bill Gagen, takes him down to 1 chip. We are still at 5 players. We'll be at 4 at the conclusion of the Teresa Tascarella Nick Barbu match. Nick just handed the cue ball to Teresa, so ball in hand. I'm not sure if he's on just the one foul or perhaps two. And Teresa taking a long look at the table. Don't know if she's looking at the run out or if she's looking at the safe. From here, I don't see anything too tied up. It looks like she could run the table. And now that I look at it again, the 1 to the 2 is kind of tough. Teresa might be looking at a safe here. It looks like she got the one ball on the rail and off and tied the cue up next to the 3. I'm not sure Nick can't just put a little masse and make contact here, though. Oh, and he hits the 3. That's 2 fouls and ball in hand for Teresa. She's going to go for the 3 fouls for sure here. 2-3. Very close to each other, near the head of the table. Just a few inches off the rail. Maybe looking at making the 1. I'm trying to play it safe. A little further in the rack. Nope. Makes the 1. All the way up. Lays it in the pocket and freezes the cue to the 8. Nick's going to have a 1 rail kick at this. Gotta make contact. And into the pocket. That's the 3rd foul. Nick Barbu eliminated 3 fouls by Teresa Tascarella. So we are down to 4. Teresa Tascarella with 1. Mike Praz with 2. Mike Soleil with 1. And Bill hang on. Yes, Bill Gagen with 1. Mike Praz with 2, Mike Soleil with 1, Teresa Tascarella with 1. That's our final 4. We're going to have Mike Soleil and Mike Praz on table 1. How you doing? Mike Praz, 2 of 4, chip leader. Mike Praz, top of the screen. Mike Soleil wins the lag. He's going to break. So over on table 3, Teresa Tascarella and Bill Gagen playing. And We could be down to our final 2 after this. I'm going to double check my chip counts. I'm sorry, Mike Praz with 2 chips, everyone else with 1. So that's somebody's going to get knocked out of that match between Teresa and Bill Gagen. Here, Mike Soleil breaks, makes the 5 ball. Makes the 1, but he may have stuck himself behind the 6. It's close. Bill Gagen racking. He's going to break against Teresa Tascarella. I think this is very close. Mike Soleil was down on the shot, got back up. And Mike ran into that 7 ball. That hurt his position on the 3. What a shot. And then the scratch. That's a tough break. Tough break. Mike Praz in a pretty good spot here to eliminate Mike Soleil at this point. That ball hangs in the pocket. Mike Soleil, tough look at this shot. Cue ball right on the rail. I say right around the 9. This would take Mike Praz down to 1 chip if Mike Soleil can make this 9. And Mike Soleil takes Mike Praz down to 1 chip. We're going to be down to 3 players as soon as Bill Gagen and Teresa Tascarella finish up. Bill right now on that table, shooting at, looks like the 2 ball. Thinks it and makes position on the 3. Thin cut, but that's what he needs. The 4 ball's at the opposite end of the table through some traffic. Oh, and he ran into the 5. Didn't get where he needed to be. Nice cut on that 4 and makes it. Bumps the 7. It looks like that gave him a better look at the 5. Bill lined up on the pocket. Approaches the table. Teresa Tascarella needs the 6, 7, 8, and 9 to eliminate Bill Gagen. Teresa makes the 6, drifts across table towards the 7, but tough leave. Almost even with the 7, which is on a rail. It looks like a bank her only option, which should give her position on the 8. Oh wow, the cut went. I did not think the cut went, and it went. She's on the 8. It's about 2 inches out of the pocket. She's got to look at position for the 9 here. It looks to be close to the rail on the same side as the 8. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's mid-table. She makes the 8 and drifts underneath the 9. And Teresa addresses the 9 ball. Stands back up. It's a tough cut. Cue ball on the rail. 3rd diamond. 9 ball. Close to mid-table. A few inches short of the 3rd diamond. Not an easy shot. Thin cut. Shouldn't have to worry about this. Shouldn't have to worry about the scratch. And it rattles in the pocket. Bill Gagen just needs to make this, and he'll eliminate Teresa Tascarella. She'll finish 4th. And Bill Gagen eliminates Teresa Tascarella. We're down to final 3. Mike Praz with 1, Mike Soleil with 1, Bill Gagen with 1. Bill Gagen gets a bye. Mike Praz and Mike Soleil again. So Bill Gagen effectively in the hot seat. Mike makes the 1. I'm not sure what he's got with the 2 here. It looks like it may go past the 9 and 5. And now it looks like Mike Praz is lining up for a safe. Good shot. What a shot. He's got to look at the 3. The 4's in the way. I thought it was clear, but the 4 is in the way. Oh, he tried to kick that one in, and that might sink it. Mike Praz with ball in hand. Only ball that's going to give him a problem right here is the 5, and if he can get on this side of it, see it into that corner pocket, top left of the screen, he could very well be out. And that's what he's looking at. He's looking at the shot progression to get to where that 5 goes in that top left corner screen. This is going to be the shot right here for Mike Praz. Make this 5, get on the 6. And draw this and come off that bottom rail. This shot to eliminate Mike Soleil and set up our final. Mike Praz defeats Mike Soleil. Mike finishes 3rd. All right, Bill Gagen and Mike Praz is your final. I'd like to thank Pool Q Kickback Giveaways Facebook group. Innovative Cutting Concepts. Bright Idea LED. Pool Players Care. And Designer Game Rooms for sponsoring the stream tonight. Bill Gagen, 1 of 6. Mike Praz, 1 of 4. Mike Praz wins the lag. He'll break this final rack. Last rack of Beast of the East, February 2024. We started with a field of 62. We're down to 4. Bill Gagen on the 1. Looks like that 5 goes. This is going to be about position from here out. And I don't think he likes where he got on that shot. Needed to not run into the 4 there. He can see the 3. As long as he can see the 3, he's still in control of the table. He can see it clean. Plays the carom off the 3 to make the 6. Good shot. That touches the 9. Stays up. Still taking a long look at this. He might be hooked on that pocket. If he's not, I'm not sure. Yeah, he's hooked. That's an unfortunate roll. If he hadn't gotten hooked, he was most likely out of this rack. And that's ball in hand for Mike Praz. Oh. Oh, of all the positions to have off that shot, this is the worst one. We've got a little bit of drama on this final shot. Calls it in the side pocket, bottom of your screen. That ball stops an inch shorter or an inch further. That doesn't happen. So now Bill Gagen with a chance to win the Beast of the East. Got that unfortunate roll into the pocket, got stuck behind the jaw, hooked, and now shooting for the win. And Bill Gagen is your champion. Mike Praz finishes second. Mike Soleil finishes third. Teresa Tascarella fourth. Thanks everyone for tuning in tonight from Claridge in Atlantic City. We'll see you next Friday from Cue Ball Billiards in Vineland, New Jersey. Have a great night.